Before we kick off our dairy show, I just wanted to give a quick bio of our judge. We want to welcome Joan Smith, who lives in Collinsville, Oklahoma, with his wife Bridget. Together, they own and operate. Together, they own and operate Raising Five Farm. Jones is a third-generation dairy farmer, and today the farm is a raw milk dairy where they raise and milk registered brown Swiss cattle. Joneses serves in the National Brown Swiss Board and is the vice president of the Southwestern National Brown Swiss Show and Sale. Raising Five Farm has shown and bred numerous state and national winners. Their cattle has been recognized consecutively in the Brown Swiss Bell Ringer and All-American contests. We greatly appreciate you, sir. Welcome to Comanche County.
Good morning. Thanks for having me down this morning to judge your show. To start the show, we've got a really nice Holstein heifer. Makes it really easy to pick the right one when there's only one in the class. This heifer's nice square rear legs, fairly deep ribbed, clean dairy neck, walks uphill. We'll talk more about her when we get her in here with the rest of them, but well deserving of first place ribbon.
Congratulations to Abilene Sullivan with the breed champion Holstein.
we've got another single entry class. Nice heifer. Probably maybe just a touch over condition for today. I know we're kind of early in the spring, and I'm not really worried about a whole lot of extra conditioning right now. This heifer's wide in her chest floor, deep in her ribs. Everything seems to be in the right place. We'll talk more about her when we get her in here. Thank you. How's that? Is that better? Test, is that better? Okay, thank you.
Congratulations to Gentry Sullivan of Sterling FFA with his first place jersey.
Again, another single entry in this class. This heifer's nice. She's long from her nose to tail. She's adequately deep in her rib. Thurls may be just a set too far back, but this is a nice, well-grown heifer that will go a long ways. Thank you.
Congratulations to Kayla Tate of Comanche County 4-H with her first place jersey. We'll now bring back in Gentry Sullivan and Miss Tate for the breed champion.
when you get both of these two heifers back out here for Champion Drive, both really nice heifers. I said a while ago that the heifer in the front may be just a little over conditioned for today. That ain't gonna bother me. I don't worry about the weight on those right now at this time of the year. We're growing them, trying to get them big enough to breed, get them into some bigger shows. For me today, I think this heifer in the first place up here, she's wider through her chest floor. She's wider through her hooks and pins. She's deep barreled. She's got a clean dairy neck. She spells she's gonna be a cow one day. Take nothing away from this long heifer here in second place. She's gonna be a good producing cow someday. Just doesn't have the horse to get over the one in front of her today.
Your breed champion will be Gentry Sullivan with Sterling FFA, and your reserve champion is Kayla Tate with Comanche County 4-H. Good job, kiddos. We appreciate y'all.
When you come out here and evaluate this heifer, this is a nice, well-grown heifer. Walks on a good set of feet and legs, and like I said, she's got that width in between her front legs to give her the heart girth just to make a cow someday. She's got a clean dairy neck. She walks uphill. Nice dairy heifer, well deserving of a first place ribbon. Thank you.
Congratulations to Jessica Dround of Fletcher 4-H with her first place milking shorthorn. Good job, babe.
This is a nice, well-grown heifer. Walks on a really nice set of rear feet and legs. Probably one of the best dairy conditions of the heifers that's been out today. Well deserving of a first place ribbon. We'll discuss more when we get the other one out here to do some comparisons. Thank you.
Congratulations to Jamie Tate with Comanche County 4-H with her first place milking shorthorn. Congratulations.
When you get these two heifers out here and really evaluate them, the two heifers are really nice heifers. The younger heifer in the front, like I said earlier, maybe it just a little over conditioned right now. That doesn't bother me. I know what it takes to grow them, to get them big. She is super square on her feet and legs. Her rump ties in really pretty. Shoulder ties in at that chine bone really pretty. She has a deep rib. She's deeper ribbed than this second place heifer. Second place heifer is a nice well-grown heifer, but she just don't have enough to get over that first place one today. Thank you.
Congratulations to Jessica Drown of Fletcher 4-H on winning our breed champion milking shorthorn, and reserve champion goes to Jamie Tate of Comanche County 4-H. Congratulations, ladies.
in this commercial class of heifers, this heifer, boy, she's really showing her brown Swiss characteristics with the nice feet and legs, beautiful brown Swiss head. Thurls and rump is in good shape. Take one step forward, hon. There you go. She's adequately deep in her rib. She's got plenty of width in that between them front legs and long, nice neck. Very deserving. Thank you.
Congratulations to Cami Tate of Comanche County 4-H with the breed champion and first place commercial. Good job, kiddo.
When you bring all these breed champions back for your supreme calf, I think it's pretty easy to find the one in here that just should stand out to just anybody out here looking. To me, she just carries everything that we're looking for in the dairy industry. And to me, I think it's the milking shorthorn heifer today. And when you get down to that, then you kind of get picky and choosy on personal preference. To me, I really like the commercial heifer as your second place. And she kind of follows the pattern of that milking shorthorn with the rib structure, feet and legs, nice heifer. And then from there, we're gonna probably go with the Jersey heifer because she says, I'm gonna be a cow someday. I'm gonna put it in the milk tank. I'm gonna make you some money with me. So that's how I picked those today. Thank you.
Your grand champion dairy is going to go to Miss Jessica Drown of Fletcher 4-H. Your reserve grand is going to go to Cami Tate with Comanche County 4-H, and your bronze will go to Gentry Sullivan of Sterling FFA. Congratulations, kiddos. Great job.
Next in your sale order, we're gonna go with the Holstein heifer. She has that rib structure that I'm looking for to make a cow someday. We'd like to just see her just a touch bigger.
Thank you. No, it's okay.
Well, I hope as somebody sitting in the stands, you can kind of follow the pattern I'm looking for. Depth of rib is so important to what we're doing to make milk in the future. So to me, the Jersey heifer has the more depth of rib today. Take nothing away from that second place shorthorn heifer.
We would like to congratulate all our dairy showmen on a successful day. We'll start with the peewee on our dairy showmen. If you have a peewee ringside, go ahead and start sending them in.
Hey, can you tell me your name and your heifer's name?
Russian.
Very good. How old is she? She was
Born.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Thank you. Can you tell me your name and your cow's name?
Queenie.
And what is your name?
Titus.
Thank you. Make a big circle. Can you tell me your name and your heifer's name?
Barbie and Wendell.
Thank you. Make a big circle, son.
All buckles will be distributed at the luncheon, so if you place in the top of any showmanship or grand or reserve, please be sure to be at the luncheon because that's where you'll receive your buckle. Thank you.
So most judges will tell you they don't like to judge showmanship. I don't like to judge showmanship, and I really don't like to knit and pick little kids. But to me, it takes a lot of courage to get the halter of that great big old cow all by yourself. So today you're going to be the champion. And then after that, we'll go with the young man with the Holstein heifer. He did a good job of handling that heifer.
Your Pee Wee showman is none other than Titus Tate. Congratulations. Good job to all our Pee Wees. Our junior showman will be ages 9 to 12 years of age. Yes. Have your senior showman ringside ready. Okay, quick change or correction. 13 years of age and under will be in showman ring now. If you are 13 and under, enter the show ring now for showmanship. Senior will be 14 and older.
So showmanship has nothing to do with the animal itself other than she's your partner in the show ring. Today, I led with the young lady with the brown Swiss heifer. You can tell she spent time with that heifer. She just follows around like a puppy dog. This is my breed of cow. I know what it takes to get a brown Swiss to where she is right now. There's a reason they have a nickname that they have. But she did a really good job showing that heifer. You did a good job showing the milk and shorthorn. Just a little more time with her, and you'll be right up here. Thank you.
Our showmanship winner goes to Miss Tate of Comanche County 4-H. Congratulations. Good job to both of our exhibitors. Now entering the ring is your senior showman, 14 and up.
Before I announce the winner of this class, I'd like to take a minute and say thanks for having me out today. I got to thank everybody back at my farm taking care of stuff there so I can get away and come down and do this kind of thing. I really enjoy looking and sorting through cattle. And for that, kids, you got to remember moms, dads, grandmas, and grandpas, they spend a lot of time, and so do you, but they spend a lot of time getting you here to do this thing. We appreciate all that. If we do not continue to push this thing, dairy shows are getting smaller all over the country. So when you show up, it helps boost our numbers nationwide. So with that, to me, the young lady with the Holstein heifer, you can tell she's put time on the halter of that heifer. The rest of you down the line just a little bit, like I said a while ago, it's your partner. Sometimes you come out and you get to run the bases and make a home run, and sometimes you don't. The young man with the Jersey heifer will be second place, and the young lady with the other jersey will be third. Thank you.
Congratulations to Abilene Sullivan of Sterling FFA. She will be our senior showman. Good job, kiddos. We will take a very brief 5-minute interlude and we will get your steer show rolling. Like 3 minutes maybe. Hang tight with us. While we have a brief intermission here, I would like to introduce you to our steer judge, our beef judge. Mr. Brady Ragland grew up raising and showing cattle near Lubbock, Texas. He attended Texas Tech University, Recum Tech, where he received his master's in ruminant nutrition. While at Tech, he was a member of the 2011 National Champion Livestock Judging Team, where he was also high individual overall. He currently serves as CEO of the Tri-State Fair and Rodeo in Amarillo, Texas. Thank you so much for joining us today, Mr. Ragland. We are ready for your Class 1 market steers. Sarah Hudson will be entering the ring.
Well, good morning, everyone. A pleasure and an honor to be with you here today. Looking forward to a great day on our beef cattle side of things. We've got a single entry Charolais steer starting us off here. A young lady's doing a good job getting a good steer show. The first thing you notice is a great skin and hair coat as soon as he hits the ring, an up-fronted, clean neck type steer, big boned calf, one that I think fits his weight and his frame, kind of matched together at this stage of his life. We'll see what he looks like coming back out here for our championship here in just a second, but great way to start us off. Certainly a confidence builder for Judge as we get a single entry in here to start things off. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations to Sarah Hudson from Cash FFA with her first place Charolais. We'll now be bringing in Class 2, Krista Creel from Cash FFA.
Another single entry, so we'll be fairly brief. But this young lady brings us a dark gray steer that's awfully nice. Certainly a big, stout rascal, one that's big-footed, heavy-structured, got a lot of muscle when you get right behind him, and still got a pretty neat look to him for a steer that's getting up there in weight, got some length of body and still some levelness to him. So we'll bring those two class winners back out and compare them against one another here for our first breed champion. But congratulations to both those young ladies on good single entries here to start us off in our market show.
Your first place goes to Krista Creel of Cash FFA. Congratulations, Krista. We will now bring Sarah back in for our breed champion Charolais.
Well, two single entries from these young ladies that have just done an awesome job with their project come back out here for our first breed champion of the day. And I think, there's some weight difference between them, no doubt, but just to talk them real briefly, the young lady's more white calf over to the right side of the lineup for me is one that I think just a really neat neck, clean fronted type steer, a beautifully presented calf that's got some foot and bone and feature to him. A steer that probably gives up just a little in terms of overall rib shape and muscularity when you get right behind the cattle compared to the one right behind him. He's maybe one on the move, wants to drop his pins just a bit, but I think still a fairly athletic calf that, just like I said, beautifully presented up through his front 1/3. Excuse me, I think he has that advantage over the dark gray steer that stands right behind him. Dark gray steer is really long-bodied for as moderate as he is. He's really big-footed, heavy-structured. You get behind him, you love the muscularity, the boldness he has in his rib, the stoutness and the power he has down his hip and into his stifle. A steer that maybe runs downhill just a shade, just a bit more mature up through his front end, but I still think comes together with a great look given all that power. So close decision. We're going to use the heavyweight steer, the one to my left, for champion. The lightweight steer is going to be reserved. They both deserve a big round of applause. Congratulations to these young ladies.
Congratulations to Krista Krill of Cash FFA on her breed champion Charlet, and congratulations to Sarah Hudson, also of Cash FFA, on her reserve champion Charlet. Good job, Bulldogs.
Really a neat steer, a single entry here that a young man's just brought us a really highly presented, eye-catching, flashy steer that enters the ring. Be interesting to see what comes next and compare the two. But for now, as a single entry, a guy that a steer that's just really neat up through his front end, clean-chested, and then combines that with a big, stout hind leg, just an attractively built steer all the way through. So congratulations, young man. You've done a good job presenting him, feeding him, and taking care of him, and we'll see you back out here for our championship lineup.
Congratulations to first place Memphis Miller of Elgin 4-H. Now entering the ring will be Bronk Fletcher of Comanche County 4-H.
upper 14s here on a big calf, a nice steer, one that's big-footed, heavy-structured, muscular, got a big back and a big square rump on him, a steer that I think long-bodied, and you can tell the young man does a good job getting him shown and getting him presented out here. We'll bring those two back together and compare them one more time, but you've done a nice job as a single entry.
Congratulations to Bronk Fletcher of Comanche County 4-H on his first place Kenya. We will now bring in Class 1 to show for our breed and reserve breed.
Two really good steers here in this particular championship lineup. Two young men that probably woke up early and got their steers washed and blown out. They've done a good job at home with skin and hair care. It just makes them really eye-appealing when they hit the ring. Our lightweight steer in this particular group, to talk them just briefly, I think is one that really, really attractive. We talked him as a single entry, and I think that holds true out here in this lineup. Really neat to look at up through his front 1/3, really clean-chested, and then uniquely still balances awfully well there in his bottom line. I think he's got that advantage over the heavier weight steer, a deeper steer there in his forerib and his heart all the way back to his flank. He comes to us with a big square hip and a big back, a big bone type steer, just a lot of things you really like about him. You know, for some, do they wish he was a few inches taller? Maybe. For me, that doesn't bother me, and I know we're out here on deep shavings, but I think he still handles himself fairly good around the ring. A heavyweight steer is a little bit bigger in his frame size, longer bodied, more extended. Young man just does an outstanding job getting him showed. He's a big structured type steer that he too's got some muscle. You know, relative just on a comparative basis, starting to look a bit more mature about his head and his neck, just a notch, probably more than anything. For being the heavier weight steer, gives up just a little bit of flank and lower body balance, if you will, as you compare the two. So that's just a small difference as I see them. At the end of the day, young people that are working extremely hard with two really good projects. We're going to use the young man up front here to be champion out of these two, and the young man in the red shirt is going to be reserved. Let's give them both a big round of applause.
Congratulations to your breed champion, Kenya, Memphis Miller of Elgin 4-H. And congratulations to your reserve champion, Kenya, Bronk Fletcher of Comanche County 4-H. Great job, kiddos. We'll see you again in Grand Drive. Entering the ring is Michael Hall of Cash FFA.
Single entry limousine here. The young man brings us in a cowboy hat. He looks sharp and looks the part. Got a nice gold Kev here, one that's really long-bodied, extended, big frame type steer, real rangy in terms of his motion, can get out and handle himself good on the move. You know, got some foot and bone and feature to him. We've probably seen some that are just a little flashier here and there, but at the end of the day, that's just a nice practical Kev that you've done a good job presenting. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Michael, on your breed champion limousine. We'll now have two in Class 1 with the Shorthorns, Collins Hale and Patton Pierce.
Two shorthorn steers. I'll talk them real briefly and then we'll get them placed. So, just on an individual level here, I think the young lady hits the ring with her red steer, and I think the things you like about him is he's big-footed, he's heavy-structured, he's very comfortable as he moves around the ring. For a big heavyweight steer, is able to navigate the shavings quite athletically. And above that, he's one that's got some rib shape and some condition and some finish when you get your hands on him. I think a steer that, especially from his shoulder back, balances fairly well. You know, up front, maybe just a little plainer about his head shape and his chest floor compared to the one right behind him. But ultimately, a nice, practical, sound, big body, just easy doing type steer. A little different type and kind is the one right behind him. The white steer is a little flashier from the profile. He's really neat and extended and clean up through his front 1/3. He's tucked up in his chest floor. He's got some muscle and some raw power to him. Probably as soon as he hits the ring, you wish maybe he was a little more athletic off both ends. He's just a nickel more upright, and the angle to his skeleton maybe not quite just on a comparative basis as bold or soft in his lower rib design as the dark red steer that's in front of him. So I think you've got one that's maybe just a nickel sounder and a little bolder ribbed, and one that's just a little flashier from the side. That's what makes it a pretty close pair. For me, I'm going to lean towards the young lady's red steer out of this pair, follow her up with the white steer to be second. Congratulations to both these young ladies on doing a nice job.
Congratulations to our breed champion, Collins Hale from Sterling FFA, and our reserve champion, Patton Pierce from Chattanooga 4-H. Wonderful job, ladies.
Single entry black and white semi here. The young lady brings us a nice calf, and certainly one that could use a little more competition. He's high quality. He's really stout in his feature. He's really bold in his hip, and he's really wide down his top. He combines all that stoutness with still a little look and extension up through his front end. He's a moderate calf that's got some length of body, and I appreciate that. You know, with his extra stoutness and ruggedness, if you will, maybe just a bit coarser in terms of his shoulder and the way that he sets down also on that rear ankle. But at the end of the day, a really attractive, burly, wide, stout, featured calf. The young lady's done a really good job presenting. Congratulations to you and best of luck with him on down the road.
Congratulations to Cambry Kinman of Cash 4-H as our breed champion, Simmental.
Really a neat single entry here, a steer that's got just a lot of interesting qualities about him. He's really neat up through his front 1/3. Can't wait to see what he looks like someday with his hair really trimmed down and in his show clothes, if you will. But he combines that with just a really big-bodied, a deep-sided, deep in his heart and his forerib and back to his flank. He's heavy structured. He's got some muscularity when you get right behind him. So good calf. Be interesting to kind of break him apart even further as we get into our championship lineup. You've done a great job showing him out here today. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our first place, Jewel Sherler of Chattanooga FFA.
Good pair here. We're going to leave them the way that they stand in this particular pair and use the young man up here to my right to win this particular class. He brings us a black steer that, just comparatively speaking, comes to us with quite a bit more width and genuine muscle, particularly up high. He's a big-topped, really square loin type steer. He's got a lot of muscle expression out of his hip and particularly down there through his twist and his lower stifle. With that, I think he balances up, particularly standing still there, fairly well. I wouldn't say he's perfect on the move, a steer that maybe gets a little more upright of both ends of his skeleton, but I think relative to the amount of power and width that he has and extra stoutness, he still handles himself well enough to certainly win this particular pair. And the young man just does a really good job getting him showed. Young lady's got her gold steers, head and neck really long and extended up there on top of his shoulders. I appreciate that. He's got that advantage over the steer that ended up winning the class, one that's really long profiling, big framed, extended, maybe outmoves the class winner just a shade in terms of range of motion. I thought there was maybe too much of a difference to overcome in him in terms of just muscularity. You get right behind him, he's just not quite as powerful when you study the cattle there from behind or in a three-quarter view. But at the end of the day, young lady's got her head up. She's got the steer walking good. Just a matter of extra mass and power in our black steer. So congratulations to outstanding young people that brought us two nice calves.
Congratulations to Bronk Fletcher of Comanche County 4-H on his first place, and second place goes to Sarah Hudson of Cache FFA.
Really a nice pair here, and probably our closest decision thus far in terms of which one to side with in this particular lineup, because I think they both are really high quality. I think to talk them just briefly, that both of them are starting to fight the halter just a shade. Good job staying with it for both those exhibitors. I think both of them are fighting the halter just a nickel, so maybe their best days are as they get more comfortable, or we get a few more out in the ring at a different show where they just feel a little more at ease out here as they show themselves off. But nonetheless, the young ladies in this case, lighter weight Kev, they both are plenty acceptable in terms of making mass and weight not the determining factor. But this gray steer, I think has a lot of good qualities to him. He's a steer that's truly robust right there in the center portion of his body. He's huge in his rib and is down there through his heart and back to his flank. I think he has the advantage over the black steer right behind him. I think he also, he comes with just a nickel more shoulder, but I think the way that the angle of his front knee and his front skeleton set within him is maybe just a comparative advantage. At times when he fights the halter, it gets a bit awkward in how he hooks his neck right into the top of his shoulder blade, and maybe he doesn't come to us with just quite as much raw power right up high today compared to the black steer. But that's a great look of him right there when he kind of just settles into himself, can give us an ultra nice look. The young man's got a really flat back, good hip, big hipped, really stout, structured one that's got a lot of muscularity up through his front or to the top side of his skeleton, and really big hipped. I like his foot and his bone and his feature. And then when he stops and gets set up, he can give us a pretty good look. Like I said, really level down his top line, one that's really square out of his hip. A steer that for his weight and maybe just from a comparative standpoint doesn't come to us quite as bold through his lower body and particularly his rear flank. Maybe more than anything, I just like to relax him just to shade off both ends of his skeleton, both standing and on the move. I think for his extra power, like we talked about in class, he handles it just fine. But now that we're in a championship lineup against the white steer, you start to get pretty picky just on little things. So I commend these young people, and not to take anything away from our second place that was second out of our heavyweight class, but I think our champion and reserve are out of these two. I'm going to give the slight advantage to our white steer today to be champion, and our black steer is going to be reserved. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to breed champion crossbred Jules Sherler of Chattanooga FFA. Congratulations to our reserve champion crossbred Bronk Fletcher of Comanche County 4-H. Great job out there, showman. Way to stay composed.
Well, as we come to the end of what's been a really high-quality market show, I think we would be remiss if we didn't start out by congratulating the young people with a big, nice round of applause, if you will. I think it's truly remarkable what this program does, and I think it, when you choose to sign on as a family or as a young exhibitor to showing a market steer all year, that's really a commitment. And you've got to be there each and every day to feed and care and to make your animal better. And I think all of these young people that walk through the ring today are truly examples of folks that don't mind hard work, and they don't mind signing up for early mornings and late nights. And I just want to commend you for making it thus far. I know probably the ultimate final goal is in about a month or so for a lot of these young people, but sometimes here at the county level it breeds about as much competition as even the big major shows, because you're surrounded by folks that you either go to school with, or you do other 4-H or FFA projects with, or you play sports against, or you go to church with. So sometimes I remember some of my most fondest memories come more at the county or the local show level than even the big major shows. So I hope as young people you cherish this opportunity to continue to compete against your fellow exhibitors, but in this case, folks that you grew up close to and probably call your friends and will be friends for the rest of your life. So I just want to commend you on a job well done, number one. I want to wish you the best of luck on these market projects as you move forward over the next couple months or so, and I want to just congratulate you folks in the stands, or if you have anything to do with these young people either out here in the ring now or that exhibited here just a minute ago, to give them a hug and tell them great job, because this is a whole lot of work. And so congratulations. I'm not going to talk about them, each and every one of them. We talked about them in class. There's a lot of quality. You know that to be true. Here in the state of Oklahoma, you guys just are awfully competitive, and I knew that would be the case driving over. I'm excited to see the rest of the show, but for our market show here, we've just had a ton of quality. There's a couple that stand out in my mind as champion and reserve. I know we've got to set a sale order after that, so I'll try to be as thorough as I possibly can as we go through that, but make sure we do it efficiently. One more time, let's put our hands together and congratulate these young people, and we'll get us a champion in reserve.
Congratulations to Memphis Miller of Elgin 4-H on your grand champion. Entering the ring will be Bronk Fletcher with his Kenya. While we're waiting on our next kiddo, we'd like to go ahead and give a big thank you to our market and prospect sponsors. We have All America Bank of Medicine Park, Apache Co-op, Bank First, Cactus Floral, Donnie and April Bain, Expressway FINA, Indie Homa Booster Club, Lawton Meat, McClung Store, Miller Noble Heating and Air, Sterling FFA, Southwest GMC, Valor Defense, and Waterstone Properties. We greatly appreciate your support to these young exhibitors.
All right, as we come back out here for reserve, and then we'll do a bronze and a sale order. Once again, just want to commend the young people for the quality, outstanding show. I think there's a lot of cattle that are going to be competitive from this county as you move on to the big major and wherever they choose to wind up. I thought it was close here for champion, and it'll be close there for reserve, but this young lady here on the back end of the lineup is going to be our reserve overall. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Joel Sherler of Chattanooga FFA on Reserve Champion Market Steer. Congratulations, senior.
And that's kind of what we do here at County Showtime. We make it happen. So I get that. And young man's got two in the champion lineup, and so certainly that's something that deserves to be commended. I think it comes close here for a couple of them for bronze, if you will. But ultimately, we're going to keep those two crossbreds together, and here this young man's going to be bronze overall. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our bronze overall, Bronk Fletcher of Comanche County 4-H. Good job, kiddo. And congratulations to all of our exhibitors. We will now begin our sale order for market steers. Steer exhibitors or a parent representative, please stay ringside so we can bring you the sale packets. We apologize for the inconvenience. We'll be right there. We will take a 15-minute break and then we will resume with our prospects. Miss Allison Theis will be heading over to ringside with those sale packets. If you are a showman or a parent, please make your way to her. Thank you. Again, we apologize for the inconvenience. If I could have your attention real quick, Mr. Kerry Givens, our Farm Bureau President of Comanche County, will be making an announcement regarding Farm Bureau.
Thank you a lot, Brandy. While we got a minute, I just wanted to invite you to become a Farm Bureau member this week. We've got a lot of fantastic agricultural organizations all across the state, whether it be AFR or OCA. I just happen to be with Oklahoma Farm Bureau, and this is Farm Bureau Week, and you can become a member this week for $5. Our annual dues is regularly $36, but this being Farm Bureau Week, that the governor proclaimed Farm Bureau Week 2 weeks ago, we kind of backed up 2 weeks so we could take advantage of it here at the stock show. So if you would like to become a Comanche County, which makes you an Oklahoma Farm Bureau member, and take in all the advantages that you can receive from that membership, it's $5. And all you got to do is come up here sometime during the show. We have membership packets right up here. All you need is your name and your address and your phone number, and you can become a part of the largest independent agricultural organization in the state of Oklahoma and help the legislative work that's being done and public policy work out of Oklahoma City. A lot of things coming our way that we have to fight. It takes lawyers and litigation to do that, so we certainly invite you and encourage you to become a Farm Bureau member today. Well, I'm not here to sell you insurance. Doesn't have anything to do with the insurance. This is strictly the Federation, so please take advantage of that if you'd like to for $5 for an annual membership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Givens, and we greatly appreciate Farm Bureau and your sponsorship of the Comanche County Spring Show. I think we're about ready to kick off our prospect show. If we have our Class 1, Charlotte, Taylor Glover, ringside, we're about ready.
Well, we won't have many, I don't think, in our prospect show, but hopefully they all come looking a little bit like this. Great way to start us off, single entry Charolais steer, just rope-necked, big top, big hip, got lots of bone and foot and feature. Just be a fun one to feed on down the road. Congratulations to that young lady, and good luck with him.
Congratulations to first place, Taylor Glover of Elgin FFA. Our first place Class 2 exhibitor is Morgan Miller of Elgin 4-H.
Well, this second young lady out here was a single entry as well, so we'll talk her briefly and then select between the pair. First of all, just an outstanding, high-quality animal again. We've seen two, and they've both been excellent. Young lady's got a big-footed, heavy-structured steer. Just head and neck comes so high at the top of his shoulder, really deep in terms of his forerib and flank for a green, skinny, immature one still. Got some muscle up high. A steer that comes good and square behind, probably maybe not quite just the overwhelming power down low, at least as they are today, which they both got a ton of runway ahead of them. Maybe just a little awkward about his head shape, being awfully picky of a really good one. Honestly, these two steers are fantastic. Good job there.
Good job, Taylor. Way to stay composed.
Well, we won't keep you out in the ring much longer. I know they're just getting used to being show steers. We're going to leave them the way that they are right here. The one on my right's going to have a slight edge in this championship lineup, and the young lady in there in the salmon-colored shirt is going to be reserved. How about we put our hands together for a great way to start us off in our prospect show?
And your breed champion will be Taylor Glover of Elgin FFA. And reserve's going to go to Miss Morgan Miller of Elgin 4-H. Good job, Owls. Entering the ring will be Memphis Miller of Elgin 4-H. Correction, Mr. Memphis Miller is going to be scratching his Simmental. We'll be moving on with Hasten Givens with her Shorthorn.
Young lady's single entry shorthorn steer here. Prince is what she's got him named. A nice calf, one that I like a lot at the ground. He's built right for a shorthorn, and I think the way that he's put together on his feet and legs is just going to make him stand out as he continues to grow and mature. He's long-necked, he's strong-topped, he's level-hipped. Is he the most powerful one? You know, probably not, but at the same time, like I said, a lot of days left, a lot of runway for him to kind of mass up and get a little stouter there, but his feet and legs are built right, and you've done a good job showing him. Good luck with him on down the road.
Congratulations to your first place and breed champion shorthorn, Hasten Givens of Chattanooga FFA. Good job, kiddo. We had 3 single entry classes, so we will be running in for our breed champion crossbred. Class 1 is Taylor Glover, Class 2 is Bronk Fletcher, and Class 3 is Sari Swaby Smith.
Well, these were all single entries that came out here together, so I'll talk them briefly as an individual, and then we'll select a champion in reserve. You know, the darker, mousier, gray-colored steer, the young lady's doing a good job getting him showed out here. He's clearly learning how to be a show steer, but he's got just some wild pieces. Of course, just rope-necked and really just no chest floor. To combine that with just a really stout and powerful hip and rear leg, just a steer that still obviously looks to probably more on the greener side than some in this lineup. He's one that just needs to keep coming. Maybe we square him up just to shade from hock to ground. Some of that's tough to tell just as he gets around here, like I said, and navigates the ring. But this is the best thing for him. Get out here and learn how to be a show steer, and she's doing a good job getting him tamed down. Black, kind of white-footed, white-tailed one. I like his color pattern. That's going to be cool for now and for the long run. A steer that's showing a little bit more today in terms of just rib design. He's a big hip, stout-structured type steer. He's really thick down his top and going to have a neat look to him. Maybe comes to us just a bit more shoulder and not quite as rope up through his front one-third as our gray steer. Just being comparative there. But I think a steer that, like I said, you've got to love the boldness and the stoutness that he brings to the table today. A neat calf that I like. And then the steer out of our what would be in third class single entry, one of the bigger framed, longer bodied, heavier steers. Young lady doing a good job in that regard. Maybe not quite the flash or the stoutness down low in terms of bone and foot, but at the end of the day, she's done a good job with her steer and getting him presented out here with the best of them. I think it's close in this particular lineup. We're going to use the young man right in front of me to be champion and the young lady to my right to be reserve.
Your breed champion crossbred goes to Bronk Fletcher of Comanche County 4-H. Your reserve breed champion, it goes to Miss Taylor Glover of Elgin FFA. Congratulations, kiddos. We'll now welcome Taylor Glover of Elgin FFA with her Charlet back to the ring. Hasten Givens with her Shorthorn back to the ring. And Bronk Fletcher with his crossbred.
Well, it's a good contrast or maybe just added to the comments that I mentioned there in the market show about the hard work that these young people go through to get their cattle presented. And, this prospect show is a good example of that because as they're young and they're figuring out the show ring, you've got to work with them and you've got to get them comfortable and you've got to haul them up and down the road. And so if you're ringside or you don't go to a lot of livestock shows, this is kind of where it begins. And then we finish where we had in the market show just a minute ago where those cattle rarely got out of position or out of line, and we're just a lot more comfortable for the most regard, or for the most part, out here in the ring. So I want to commend all three of these young people, and we only had 7 or 8 here in the show, but we didn't see a bad one the whole show. We started out with a Charlet that I just think the world of down the road, just a steer that has so many neat pieces, a Shorthorn there that I think is built right from the ground up, a black and white steer that I think really neat colored and bold-bodied and hairy, and just going to be neat to look at as he continues to mature. And then we're going to have some come in here for reserve and bronze contention that, honestly, I don't want to take anything away from because they may fall right in the mix of things. So before we select our champion in reserve, can we give our prospect exhibitors a big round of applause? With that being said, to me, one that hit me extremely hard as soon as he walked in here today is going to be our Charlet. He's going to be our grand prospect steer.
Your grand champion prospect goes to Miss Taylor Glover of Elgin FFA. Congratulations, Taylor.
Reserve Charlet, just a good tag team, this young lady and her steer. What an attractive one he is up front, and just balances so well from there back. Really close decision there, but we're going to lean to this black steer here on the end to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your reserve grand champion goes to Bronk Fletcher of Comanche County 4-H. Congratulations, sir.
We had a really highly competitive breed champion lineup for our crossbred, and that's an awfully good steer, still a little green. I'm going to use this young lady right here to be our bronze overall. Congratulations to her.
Your bronze champion is going to be Miss Morgan Miller of Elgin 4-H. Congratulations, Miss Miller. If we could have Hayes Givens and Sari Salby Smith back to the ring, please. We want to thank all of our market and prospect steer showmen on a successful day.
Single entry here, a heifer that the young lady brings us to get us started here in our heifer show. A nice female, really neat to look at up through that front end. A lot of body and rib for this age. A female that be anxious to see what she looks like coming back out here in just a second. But you've done a good job so far, and good luck with her as you work with her on down the road.
Your Class 1 winner is Caitlin Britton of Sterling FFA. Congratulations. We want to let everyone know that we do have county show shirts this year. If anyone is interested in a Comanche County show shirt, please come on down to the show floor. If you'll come back to the back north corner and see Miss Sequin, she'll get you hooked up with a t-shirt or sweatshirt. Thank you so much. Or if you have already purchased and need to pick up. Thank you, Sequin. Showmen, parents, and guardians, the cards that you have been given for the heifers, please keep them attached. Do not detach the carbon copy cards. Ring Help will handle that. Send your kiddo into the ring with both of them, please and thank you.
Well, an interesting class, but commend the young people for staying with it and continuing to get their animals presented out here. We're going to start off with this young man to my left here in the vest. I think a pretty logical place to start. A heifer that just walks in with a ton of quality, really high presented heifer, a female that I think is the biggest bodied and just the most attractive, particularly from her shoulder blade back. She really balances up well. Are there probably going to be some a little sleeker right there through her lower neck and down through her chest? You know, probably so, but it matches her body really well. I think she wins pretty handily. I think the one that matches her most closely is the young man right there in the center in the kind of the orangish colored shirt. Another big bodied, real fresh fronted type female. Doesn't put herself together in her top line and out of her hip quite as well as our leadoff female, but commend the young man for bringing his project in here. And then the young lady here that's going to wind up third just kind of ran into a really good class. The longest bodied one in the whole group, neat neck, neat fronted, one that maybe doesn't balance up quite as well as those that precede her, maybe just not quite as eye appealing in that regard. But great job, all three of those young people did an outstanding job staying with their projects.
Congratulations, exhibitors. First place, Class 2 Angus, goes to Bo Buckwald of Chattanooga FFA. Second place goes to Ari Edwards of Comanche County 4-H. And third place goes to Collins Hale of Sterling FFA. Good job, kids.
Single entry here, just a few steps in the ring, and you know heifer has a lot of quality. She's her head and neck rises really high off the top of her shoulder. She's a fairly moderate female, but still got some length of body. She's got some range of motion off both ends of her skeleton. Maybe not quite as stout structured as some, or as bold there in her forerib and back to her flank as maybe others. But it's going to be interesting to see what she looks like coming back out here. She's got a lot of intriguing pieces. Young lady did a good job presenting her today.
Your Class 3 first place exhibitor is Avery Edwards of Comanche County 4-H. Congratulations, young lady.
Okay, a nice pair here. I wish I could put some of the qualities of both of them together to make one, but as they stand, I think we're going to go ahead and leave them in the order at which they stand here. The young man's got a heifer that I think just a little fresher and neater and more feminine and elegant up through her front 1/3. She's really got a beautiful head and neck. It's just a little longer and cleaner in that regard, but then past that, as she works her way back, I think a pretty honest, fresh conditioned female that shows some natural muscling down her top. I think she's just a little naturally wider when you get right behind her. Now, the difference is she's not nearly as deep. There is the heifer that's going to come in second. The heifer here in second, you know, as soon as she hits the ring, you think, wow, that is just a really deep-sided, bold, maternal, good forerib, good flank type female. I guess the more that you get in on that female, she comes with just a little extra condition. She's just not quite as fresh down there through the base of her chest or as you step right behind her. But at the end of the day, I think a nice one the young lady's done a good job with. So all in all, like I said, like to blend the two cattle together, but they're very good in their own right. Congratulations to those young people in this particular lineup.
Our Class 4 winner was Asa Barrington of Comanche County 4-H, and our second place was Avery Edwards of Elgin. Congratulations, kiddos.
A great way to start us off here in our Angus show. I think we've had 4 really good class winners out here. I won't talk them individually, but the quality's certainly there. The young people did a great job staying with some heifers that were wanting to get a little ornery on him, on the young people out here as they got them showed. I'm happy that all of them came to the show today, but especially happy that one in this particular division came out here. The young man out of our second class going to be champion. I think he has kind of a runaway winner in this particular lineup. Let's congratulate him with a nice round of applause. I thought it was pretty logical there on the top end, just an awfully high-quality female to win this particular division. From here, I think it gets a lot more difficult because I think the margin of difference between the cattle in the lineup and some that are even potentially coming out for the remainder of contention as we set the lineup, is a lot closer than that champion. So I wouldn't fight you too hard if you had a differing opinion, but the one I think is second best in this particular group, the young lady right here in front of me, is going to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Your breed champion goes to Avery Edwards of Comanche County 4-H. Congratulations, young lady. I greatly apologize for that mess-up. Our breed champion is Mr. Bo Buckwald of Chattanooga FFA. Congratulations, sir. And our reserve champion is Avery Edwards of Comanche County 4-H.
Two really good American influence cattle here in our Beefmaster division. I got the opportunity to judge American breeds at San Antonio at the Heifer Show a few years ago and thoroughly enjoyed that experience. The American cattle are such an important part of what we do and have their own special skill set, and so I really enjoy the chance to get to sort through them when we can. I'll talk them individually as they're different classes, and then we'll select the champion in reserve. The younger heifer, the red heifer, is sure eye-appealing. She's got a neat combination of having some look, but also having some stoutness of foot and bone and feature. She balances up really well, and compared to the black one behind her, maybe just a little stronger in her top line and leveler out of her hip. Of course, she's younger, so today she's not showing quite as much overall rib and volume, but you got to take her age into consideration there and think, what will she look like when she's the age that the black and white heifer is? The black and white heifer, no doubt, she's a bigger, kind of looks the part of being a high-performing, long-bodied female. She's got a ton of flex and cushion down there to her pastern. She's not quite as stout in her foot and bone as the red one, maybe just a little plainer up to her front end, comparatively speaking, but you love her just her easy fleshing look, her kind of low-maintenance look, if you will. A close pair between them. I actually probably slightly favor the younger heifer to be the champion in this particular group. The black and white female is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Lila Billen. She is exhibiting our breed champion Beefmaster and our reserve champion Breedmaster. Thank you, Mr. Hall, for helping her out.
Okay, two really good heifers here. They, excuse me, do have a little bit of age spread between them, a January of 25 and an April of 24. So once again, we'll take that into consideration as we look amongst the pair. But, you know, they both won their classes here, so we'll talk them briefly as an individual. We got the younger heifer of the two that I think a little shorter bodied and more compact, and in this particular class probably helps her from a balance standpoint just a shade. I think her shoulder angle and her shoulder blade lays onto her body just a little more appropriately. I think she's a little more consistent there in her forerib depth and back to her flank. With that being said, you know, the moment she hits the ring, you want to power her up just a shade in terms of her foot and her bone. She's got that depth aside, which is nice, but I just wish she matched it down at the ground with a little stouter foundation, maybe not quite as much extension up through her front end or reach off both ends of her skeleton when you get her out on the move. being pretty picky of a female I like a lot of things about. Then the older heifer, really couldn't be much more different than her. She's a really long-bodied, powerful female. She fits the breed, I think, in terms of providing that extra foot and bone and stoutness and muscularity when you get right behind her. There's no doubt she's a wider pinned female that's just heavier muscled all the way through. A young lady does a good job keeping her head up and kind of showing herself off. She's a long-bodied female. Because of that, I think she comes in a few more pieces. She got a little extra shoulder, maybe gets a little weak in her top line. Hard to be really balanced in that bottom line when they're that long-bodied. But young lady says she's got her bred, and she's due to calve here in April, which will put her right on track. So honestly, two really nice females that kind of fit where they are in terms of age and weight and frame and all those good things. Between them, I like the young lady on the left in the blue shirt to win this particular pair. Young lady in the green shirt's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your breed champion goes to Miss Addison Monroe of Indiana 4-8, FFA, I'm sorry, sweetie. And your reserve goes to Patton Pierce of Chattanooga 4-H. Congratulations, ladies.
Here in our composite, our dark gray heifer here, just a big frame, long-bodied, strong-topped, long neck type female that you just like her extra extension that she brings to the table. I think female you've worked hard to get bred and looking forward to see what she gives us here on down the road. Maybe not the deepest sided or flanked one in the world, but at the end of the day, a nice heifer. Congratulations to this young lady.
Congratulations to first place and breed champion Addison Monroe of Indiana FFA.
Young man's just doing an outstanding job. We won't keep him in here too long as a single entry, a heifer that's just getting used to the show ring again like he is probably, but His heifer named Violet, she's got a really nice look to her. She's neat up through her front 1/3. She's got some rib and some body there back. I think as she settles down, maybe when we bring some more, excuse me, here back in the ring here in just a second, we'll really get to see what she looks like. Great job, young man. You've done a good job bringing a nice female to us here today. Congratulations and good luck with her as you move forward.
Congratulations to Class 1 first place winner, Jackson Ainsworth of Elgin 4-H.
Good class of 3 here, all different types and kinds and shapes and sizes. I think a pretty logical place to start with the young lady right in the middle of the lineup right there in the green's going to have your class winner in this particular class. She's got the heifer that does just a lot of good things well. First of all, I like the way that she's built at the ground from a structure standpoint, really free and easy in how she travels about the ring. And then up above that, as she's standing still, both, from a balance standpoint, both standing still and on the move, I think she holds herself together with just a lot of look of quality and attractiveness. And it doesn't hurt that the young lady really gets her stuck out here. You can go ahead and bring her out and lead her out, young lady. In second place, young lady right up here to my right, solid black heifer is one that, she's probably excels our class winner in just being stout. I mean, she has got a huge rear foot and back leg. She's very muscular. She's powerful. With that extra power and stoutness comes just a little more rigidness when we ask her to get out and travel, maybe not quite as athletic or comfortable off those rear two, and you ask her to lead as our class winner. But again, the young lady brings us a nice show heifer there that has a lot of good to her. And then a young man's blue roan female is nice. She just gets outpowered a little bit. She's got cattle that are ahead of her in the lineup, just have a bit more mass and substance to them today. But she's got a neat look up through her front end. She has some body. She's going to be a nice one down the road. She just gets a little out-horsed in this particular lineup. Congratulations to all 3 of those exhibitors.
Your first place goes to Mrs. Zoe Cottrell of Comanche County 4-H. Second place goes to Allie Runyon of Indiana FFA. And third place to Ashton Tate of Comanche County 4-H. Congratulations, kids.
Young man brings us another really nice heifer, and he's doing all he can to get her head up and doing a good job doing that. A female that's sleek-necked and has some body and some rib and some extra density down low in terms of her feet and her legs. Just a heifer that does a lot of good things well. Be interesting to see what she looks like, what's going to be a competitive lineup here in just a second. But, young man, you've done a good job with your heifer. Congratulations.
Your Class 3 winner is Jackson Ainsworth of Elgin 4-H. Congratulations, young man.
Young lady brings us a nice single entry here, one that's at the ground, about as big-footed and heavy-structured as we've seen in this group or in a few classes. She gets around the ring well with all her stoutness and her power. Comes to us a little extra chest, maybe a nickel off from behind her shoulder, but another heifer. It'll be interesting to see what she looks like as we circle them all back around here in just a second. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Class 4 winner, Caitlin Britton of Sterling FFA. Congratulations, young lady. We'll now bring back into the ring Jackson Ainsworth with his Class 1, Zoe Cottrell with her Class 2, Jackson Ainsworth with his Class 3, and Caitlin Britton will circle back around with her Class 4.
Really a good lineup. 4 classes, some single entry and a couple decisions to make here or there. Our youngest division winner, she sure looks the best standing still. She's so attractive up through her front 1/3, really well balanced from there back. A female that's got some body and some rib. I just think she's ultra attractive. When you get her on the move, she gets maybe just a little choppier in how she uses her rear too. I think a female, though, that stopped and parked, and if you're just taking a backdrop photo, certainly one you want to tie to. The heifer out of our second class is one that, to me, is the hardest to put a big major hole in. I think she's the best as they get out here and travel around the ring. Her comfortability, her soundness. Obviously, she's not as trimmed in as some from a hair coat standpoint, so you got to read through that just a shade, but you can tell that she's neat-necked. She's extremely well balanced. She's tucked up in her chest floor. I love her tail head set and her hip and her rear leg, and you get behind her, and she's still got plenty of dimension. Young man brings us a really long-bodied, extended, really stout one coming out of our third class. She's just starting to turn the page on looking more like a cow, let's say, than our first 2 class winners, and with that, maybe not quite as fresh and youthful, and she's not, because she's an older female, and young man's just doing all he can to get her out here and get her showed. She may not put herself together just quite as exquisitely from profile as, let's say, those first 2, but I love her foot and her feature and her bone and her body, and just a very high-quality female. And then our fourth class winner there, a big-footed, easy pastern type female that's got a lot of flex down low. She probably comes to us in the most pieces as you study her from the profile compared to the 3 in front of her. She's got a little extra chest floor and wants to get off in her top line and from hooks to pins just a shade. I think you could make a case for several of them out here in this particular lineup. The one I come back to is, like I said, the one that's the hardest to put a big major hole in for me and still has a lot of upside. That'll be our Class 2. She'll be our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Ms. Zoe Cottrell of Comanche County 4-H on her breed champion, Kenia.
As second place starts making her way in, and we talked about her in class, how stout-boned and powerful and expressive she is, comes at a little bit of a cost where she's just a little coarser in her makeup. Like I said, it was a close decision all the way through. This young man in the cowboy hat right here is going to be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to Jackson Ainsworth with his Class 3 winner as breed champion, or reserve breed champion, my apologies.
The only Gelby we have today, so if you came for the Gelby show, this is the one you needed to be looking at. She is a really high-quality female. She's really neat and attractive up through her front end. She's really got a good body shape to her and balance all the way through. She's feminine. She's just an attractively made, kind of angular type female. I really like this heifer. I think she could stand a lot more competition. Young man, you brought us a nice heifer. Congratulations. One of the closer classes for me. I really like both of these females for a little different reasons, honestly, but I think it's a close pair. I think that you could kind of make the case either way. I guess ultimately I'm going to leave them the way that they stand. A young lady in the blue right here to my right is going to win the class with a heifer that I think today and even down the road, just a little cowier in her look. Real stout bone, stout featured type female, big bodied, has that advantage of just length of body and just overall boldness there. I think at times she could be a more convincing winner if she put herself together from profile just a little stronger behind her shoulder, a little leveler there from hooks to pins. At times it kind of looks like we got a little up and down going there. So that was the challenge for me in my head. But at the same time, she's a big, high-performing, long-bodied, stout-structured female that's good in terms of her rib design and got plenty of dimension when you get behind her. I think just a cowy look to her today and on down the road. I was torn because as soon as they walk in the ring, I'm certainly a sucker for a neat-necked one. This one, heifer, has a lot of genuine rib shape. She's got a lot of muscularity to her. She's big-topped and thick-ended, things that I certainly appreciate. I read her to be just a bit more up and down in the angles of her skeleton, just a nickel straighter off both ends. A female, maybe not quite just the length or the overall stoutness as you take her from their hock to the ground. But I like both those cattle a great deal, like I said, for different reasons. It's kind of a coin flip there, just depending on how you like them. Congratulations to two young ladies that did a great job getting them showed.
Congratulations to our Class 1 Hereford first place, Brooke Bain of Elgin FFA, and second place goes to Brooke Bain of Elgin FFA. Congratulations.
A pair of really good Hereford females here. I think between them, one balances up just a shade better and just a little more attractive and bolder, and that's the one back here on the back. That one's a female that you like coming out of her shoulder into her forerib because she's so bold and naturally deep, and then you carry her back. What I like is she's athletic yet still square in how she handles her rear two on the move, and then you take them to profile, and she just has a notch more look, a notch more eye appeal as you study them from the side view. Now, don't get me wrong, the heifer in second's another long-bodied, extended female. I appreciate her range of motion. She looks real rangy and athletic as you get her out and get her striding. She just doesn't come quite that pop of look and eye appeal as you study her from the side. A little plainer up through her front end, maybe not quite as stout from hock to ground. So congratulations to those two young people on two really good projects that they brought to the show today.
Congratulations to first place Grant Bain of Elgin 4-H and second place Collins Hale of Sterling FFA.
single entry January heifer, the young lady brings us a nice female. You know, you get in on this female, she's kind of got that typical curly Hereford hair that you got to look past, but after that, you realize she's a long-fronted, really attractive type female that's got a good set of feet and legs underneath her. We'll see what they look like, all coming back out here in just a second, but you've done a nice job with your heifer, young lady. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner, Miranda Parks of Geronimo FFA.
A really good Hereford lineup. Like some, we've had some single entries and then a few class winners. I think we've got good representatives out here. We've got our youngest class winner that, sure looks like she's just got a world of cow power in front of her. She's a long-sided, neat, long-fronted type female that's big in her legs and a lot of boldness there in her center rib and dimension when you get behind her. At times, and she does a good job getting her loin there. She comes apart just a bit in her top line and out of her hip, but I really like the fundamental pieces there. And then middle class, just a real nice kind of productive cowy type look to this female. She's moderate frame, she's bold ribbed, a little plainer in her front 1/3, maybe not quite as attractive as she gets out and handles her rear too as some, but really nice female. And then the heifer we close with, like I said, you look past some of that curly hair and you see a female that's neat-necked and strong-topped and level-hipped, maybe gets a bit forward in her shoulder and knee angle at times. For being the oldest female, I think the ones in front of her, when you get right behind her, have just a little more mass and boldness and spread to them all the way through. So that's kind of how I see these three. I think there's awfully good representatives out here, certainly some different ways you can go. Our youngest heifer is going to be our champion out of this group. Congratulations.
Your breed champion goes to Miss Brooke Bain of Elgin FFA. Congratulations, Brooke. And Brooke will be swapping out and re-entering the ring with her second place, Class 1.
As that second place comes in, that was a close pair for me, and I talked that class. One of the closer pairs because of the way and the differences that those two cattle brought to the table. I thought this one was really neat up through her front end, really bold in terms of her rib design, muscular up high and out of her hip. She, too, gets a little straighter maybe in the angle to her hock. They thought there was maybe just a little more length and just overall extension found in our eventual champion. But as she comes back out here for second, she's the one I like the second best. We'll keep them together. Congratulations to this young lady.
Way to go, Brooke. Breed champion and reserve. Congratulations, Mrs. Bain.
A really nice single entry Lemmy here, probably one that's not going to get the credit that she really deserves because she doesn't have more cattle in her class to go up against. And I think if there were more, one thing that she would find her way probably up to close to where she winds up today is because of how she's built. She's really good structured. Above that, she's got a lot of body and rib shape to her. And then take her to the profile, and she's still got a neat look, a neat front end, and a strong top and a level hip. A really nice female. Congratulations to that young man on the heifer that he brought to the show today.
Congratulations to first place and breed champion, Cash Umber of Cash 4-H. Good job, young man. We have three single entry classes in the ring. Your Class 1 winner is going to be Corbin Slaughter of Chattanooga 4-H. Your Class 2 winner is going to be Cooper Cottrell of Comanche County 4-H. And your Class 3 winner is going to be Mackenzie Smith from Elgin FFA. Congratulations, kids.
Okay, three class winners here that I think are all really nice. They are all a little different in terms of their makeup as the way that I read them, so I don't think there's one that looks like the other out of these three. And so I'll talk them as class winners, and then we'll select a champion in reserve. I think the youngest division, the young lady in the green shirt and the green bow, has got probably the soundest one of the group. She's very comfortable on the move. She's a female that's got some body and some rib to her for being a young female in the lineup. You get behind her, and she's got some width to skeleton. I think the holds, if you will, to her are just kind of cosmetic or on a comparative basis, a little bit of both. I don't think she's probably the stoutest boned one in the group. I don't think she's quite the flashiest one of the way that she looks up front, or when you get behind her, you take her to the profile, maybe just a nickel planer in her overall makeup. But in terms of the basics, the pieces that you have to have, the structure, the rib, the body design, I think that's a female that you can certainly live with because she's so good in how she's made. The blaze face female, the white underlined heifer there in the second one of the group, she's certainly one that's got the most intriguing pieces from profile. I think her combination of being up-headed, up-fronted, where her head and neck set high off the top of her shoulder, combined with the fact that she's got some muscle and some stoutness as you take her to the rear half of her body, I think are certainly in her favor. She looks good standing still right there. You get her on the move, and at times you want to lengthen and level her hip design just a bit. You want to give her more reach and flex off of that rear hock and pastern as you get her on the move. And then maybe from a three-quarter view, you just want to bolden her up just a shade. So that seems like I'm being pretty picky on a heifer that I actually like a great deal. And to me, she's, like I said, probably the combo female having some look and some stoutness. And then you got the heifer on the far end of the lineup, what would have won our last class. She's a tank. She's certainly got the most boldness. She's certainly got the most stoutness. She's got the most just overall muscle and mass and dimension and power. She's got all those things. Of course, she's the oldest out here, so she looks just the broodiest and just the most massive. With all that mass and that power and that stoutness come a few more pieces that I'd like to put together. She gets a little out in her shoulder. She gets a little rounder and tighter out of her hip and her rear leg. I'd like to clean her up in her chest floor and maybe make her just look a bit more feminine all the way through. So with that extra power and the stoutness, I think, there comes a time where maybe we've just got a little much there. So I wouldn't argue with you too much in this particular group of three here because you've kind of got an apple, an orange, and a banana the way that you look at it, just a matter of which way that you want to lean. In my mind, I'm going to lean with the one that I think has the most unique combination of pieces, and then I'm going to lean on a little bit of structure and practicality to break the tie for reserve. So this young man right in the middle is going to be our champion. Young lady right here to my right is going to be reserve, and I want to commend the young lady in the blue for doing a great job showing. I think that was a really close threesome here in this particular class.
Your breed champion goes to Mr. Cooper Cottrell of Comanche County 4-H, and your reserve champion goes to Corbin Slaughter of Chattanooga 4-H. Congratulations, kiddos.
Class of two maintainers here, and we're going to leave them the way that they came in the ring. A young lady, split-eared female that's going to start the class. I think just has the advantage in terms of look and eye appeal from the profile. I know she's clipped up just a little more than the young man's heifer in second, but even if they were at the exact same stage, I think naturally she just projects her head and neck a little higher off the top side of her shoulder, gives her a bit more of an elevated look, if you will, up through her front 1/3. I think they both have plenty of body and rib, though I'd give the advantage, honestly, to the one in second in terms of total body and rib at this stage. But to me, I think the primary difference in where they sort themselves is from the profile. Young lady's heifer just has a notch more look and eye appeal all the way through. Like I just said, the white-uddered female there in second's one that I think just has a world of body and rib. She's going to be a low-maintenance, kind of easy fleshing female as she moves her way into production because she's real moderate, real bold. I didn't think she was quite as stylish up through her front end and through the base of her chest floor. Maybe not quite as attractive in the set to her rear leg, but a really good pair there. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Congratulations to your Class 1 maintainer winner, Grace Kriz from Geronimo FFA, and your second place is Connor Roloff of Lawton 4-H. Good job, exhibitors.
an interesting class of 3, and I think we've got 2 heifers there on the front end of the lineup that match together size-wise quite a bit, and then certainly an outlier here on the back end. As you kind of put the pieces together and you kind of think about the age and where they're at, I guess today in this particular group of 3, we're going to go ahead and lean on the young lady to my left. That's a good heifer on her own right. She's certainly generated a ton of weight per day of age and performance. She's also one that, regardless of that, is just a nice female. She's really bold and dimensional in her rib design. She combines that with a fantastic look from the profile, just really eye-appealing and attractive. Not only does she just outmass the rest, but I think she also puts herself together with just that look of quality and that class-winning look as you study her from the side. In second, we're going to go with this young lady right over here to my right. She's got the one I like a lot for the long run. I think that female is unique in her length of body, her extension up front. She's got a strong top and a level hip and a neat hip and rear leg set. She's sound when you get her on the move. She's got a world of muscle and dimension when you get behind her. She's not quite in the same league just from a maturity standpoint compared to our eventual class winner. She doesn't have quite that depth there through her heart and all the way back to her flank. But I like them built like that, and certainly an attractive female that I think's got a bright future. And then taking nothing away from the young man there in the orange that's going to wind out our class here. He's got a female that's real bold and real practical in her makeup. She doesn't quite have the flash or the stoutness to compete with the cattle on either side of her, in my opinion, so she falls a little short in this group. But at the end of the day, a really nice trio there. Let's congratulate those young people. They've just done an outstanding job showing.
Your Class 2 winner is Henley Hassenbach of Elgin FFA. Second place goes to Blakely Allen of Cache 4-H. And third place goes to Ari Edwards of Comanche County 4-H. Congratulations. We'll welcome back into the ring Grace Kriz and Helena Hassenbach for breed champion.
Two really attractive females here that come back out for the champion lineup here. The 2 young ladies are showing. They've got heifers that have quality, just look and eye appeal and presence about them. I think they both just command your attention from the profile. And taking nothing away from our seconds, I think our champion and reserve are each of these 2 exhibitors out here with their heifers. It's just kind of a matter of which order you put them in. Probably just too much mass, too much style, too much out there pieces to deny. And the one in the back of the lineup, she's going to be your champion. And then the young lady in the blue shirt is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to breed champion Henley Hassenbach of Elgin FFA, and your reserve champion goes to Grace Kriz of Geronimo FFA. Good job, ladies.
two separate classes here, mini herfs, but more importantly, two outstanding young ladies at the halter that just have bright futures and are getting that necessary show ring experience out here. I think they're awfully good females that they've brought to the show today. I think they were both individual class winners, so as we get them out here and we compare them for breed champion, you know, I don't think you can go wrong. I think the one on the front end of the lineup that the taller young lady has is one that maybe stays a little more collected in her top line. She's maybe just a bit more collected as you watch her get out and travel. As she stops and sets up, you know, maybe she may want to get a little forward in that shoulder. I don't think she comes to us quite as bold or dimensional or quite as stout, honestly, as the young lady that's right behind her. The one that's right behind her, like I said, she's got that extra length and extension all the way through, but then she also has just a nickel of bone and foot and feature to go with it that maybe outdoes the one right in front of her. So I think there's give and take between them. I think this is a really close decision, but ultimately this young lady here with the white bow is going to be your champion, and the one to my right is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your breed champion miniature Hereford goes to Miss Patton Pierce of Chattanooga 4-H. Congratulations, Patton.
We probably haven't had a group of three that were more similar than these three are. They're probably more alike than they are different, which makes it a little challenging from a judging standpoint, just minor things here or there. I think of the three, the two that are just a bit more attractive and eye-appealing, maybe a little longer and cleaner fronted, just a bit more stylish all the way through, are the two young ladies on the far right. And then between those two, I think there's one that comes to us just a little more three-dimensional today, a little bolder in her forerib, a little stouter and wider when you get right behind her, and that's the young lady in the pink vest. She's going to win this particular class. Like I said, I think the combination female of the group, this dark red heifer's got a neat up-fronted look to her. She's big boned, big bodied, good in her forerib design. Compared to the one that's going to be second, the young lady right there in the orange right in front of her, I think when you get behind the cattle and you just start studying them from a three-quarter view, she's got more turn, more boldness, and just a bit more dimension. I think the one that's going to wind up second, the lighter red color heifer here, is a lot like the one that beat her in class. She's long-fronted, she's strong top. She's a bit more elevated in her tail head, but more than anything, I'd just like to power her up just a shade through her lower quarter and stifle, and not necessarily because we need them super heavy muscled. I just think that would help her balance a little better. She just runs out of a little gas there as you study her there through her lower quarter. A nice, well-blending female, though. I think the one that's going to wind up third, ironically, is probably the biggest bodied and the deepest sided of the whole group. She's moderate. She's easy fleshing in her look. I thought she, just comparatively speaking, ranked third in terms of just the combination of look and attractiveness up front. A little shorter and steeper out of her hip, maybe just doesn't quite balance as well as the two cattle ahead of her. So, like I said, a group of three that are probably more alike than they are different, but congratulations to all three of those exhibitors on bringing some high-quality stock here to the show.
Congratulations to your first place winner, Katie Hergenrather of Sterling FFA. Second place goes to Natalie Hergenrather of Sterling FFA, and third place to Zach Hergenrather of Sterling FFA. Way to go, kids.
Really nice heavy bred female here that's starting to approach her first calving date, and I like this heifer a great deal. For that, and to still be in as good a condition as she is, I think is impressive. Neat-necked, really good body, deep-sided female that's just kind of got that stout muscle, but also that long maternal type deep tying muscle. Just a nice female there. I'll be anxious to see what she looks like coming back out. So congratulations to you on doing a good job with your female thus far.
Your Class 2 winner is Miranda Parks of Geronimo FFA. Congratulations, Miranda. And Katie will be coming back in to show for breed champion against Miranda.
Two really good heifers here. We feel like we just saw the class winner of the first class because we just got done talking and only had a single entry after that. But again, she's one that I think for her age and her frame and her weight, she's really showing a lot of things I like. She's really neat fronted. She drops down into a good, bold forerib and center body even for being a young green one. And I think she'll just continue to come in all those dimensions as she moves forward. You know, she's probably not the stoutest one from her hock down to the ground. And of course, compared to the heifer that's behind her, who's quite a bit older and more mature, you know, she gets outmassed a little today, but I think the pieces are there for that young green heifer to continue to get better every day of her life. The older heifer we just talked about, but now in more of a divisional setting here, a female that I think just comes to us with so much natural width, She's so much. She got so much natural body and dimension, and then she does so still by having a neat look to her up through her front 1/3. Just a heifer that hard to put a big major hole in. Is she the flashiest in the way that she sets her hip and rear leg down to the ground? Maybe not. Do you pick her up just slightly in her chest? Maybe so. But at the end of the day, hard to put a big major hole in that female. She's a nice one. I think this a competitive pair, but I like the young lady's single entry to be champion, which will mean our youngest heifer will be reserved. Congratulations.
Your breed champion goes to Miss Miranda Parks of Geronimo FFA, and your reserve champion is going to go to Miss Katie Hergenrather of Sterling FFA. Congratulations, ladies. Great job. We're advancing right on to our breed champion as we had 2 single entries. Your Class 1 winner goes to Miss Abilene Sullivan of Sterling FFA. Your Class 2 winner goes to Miss Corbin Slaughter of Chattanooga 4-H. We are now showing for our breed and reserve champion Shorthorn.
Two single entry shorthorns here that I like a great deal. They're a little different. I'll describe them and then we'll pick a champion in reserve. So our youngest heifer, a really nice female. Certainly I like her color pattern, but as soon as she walks in the ring, she's eye-catching for more than just that. I think she's built really well. She's up-fronted. I think she's good structured. I like the center portion of her body a great deal. She's got round rib cage, and that lays the foundation for a lot of dimension up high and out of her hip. And then I think she balances herself pretty well from the profile. Now, is she the longest or the stretchiest one that we've seen up front or all the way through? Probably not, because you lengthen her out of her hip just a shade, maybe. But at the end of the day, that's just an awfully nice female. Our older female there, a little bigger and longer and heavier all the way through. She's a female that's got some stretch and some length aside. She's strong top. She's level hips. She's got some bone and foot and feature underneath her. She's got some density in that regard. She gets just a little more up and down on the angle to her shoulder and her knee and really her hock as well. Maybe not quite as attractive, just a little plainer in the way her neck set right out of her shoulder blade compared to the one right in front of her. But she's nice, and the young lady does a good job getting her presented. A close pair here, but I like the youngest female to be her champion out of this duo, and our older female will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to both of our exhibitors. Our breed champion goes to Miss Abilene Sullivan of Sterling FFA, and our reserve champion goes to Miss Corbin Slaughter of Chattanooga 4-H. Great job, kids.
plus female here, I think, awfully nice. One that's young and green, but still to generate that much just boldness and spread through the center portion of her body, I like a great deal. I think she's going to make a great cow and a good show heifer before she gets to that point. They look like a good duo. Female that, gets her her look and her eye appeal from the side and still pretty good in her feet and legs. Just congratulations to that young lady, and I wish her the best on down the road with this female.
Your Class 1 and breed champion for Shorthorn Plus goes to Miss Corbin Slaughter of Chattanooga 4-H. Congratulations, Corbin.
Just one semi, and it's cliche, but again, a female that I think could deserve a lot more competition. My kind in a lot of ways. I love her flex and comfort at the ground. I like the way she gets out and handles herself in these deep shave-ins, and then above that, a bold, naturally bold, stout one as you study her from a three-quarter view, and then to throw that head and neck high off the top of her shoulder. I told the young man she just needs to keep coming and keep getting hairier between this time next year, and she ought to make a really competitive bred. Congratulations, and good luck with her down the road.
Congratulations to our first place and breed champion Simmental, Mr. Huck Hansa of Sterling FFA. Congratulations, sir.
All right, here in our percentage semi-show, I think 4 individual class winners. We brought them all back out here for their breed drive, so we'll talk about them individually, and then we'll select the champion and reserve. We've got our youngest division out here that I think as soon as she walks in the ring, as a judge, you're happy because you know if they don't you know, come with some heat behind her, you've certainly got one that you could feel comfortable you know, rising to the top here because she has so many unique pieces. She's big-footed yet still comfortable down there at the ground, really heavy structured. She's probably relative to her frame and her age and her size, she's probably the heaviest structured one in the whole group. And then she still carries herself, you know, fairly well. It'd be a great heifer to see fit up because I think that would really help her parts kind of blend together. She's a female that I think is really deep-sided. She's not as bold and dimensional as some, no doubt. She's a female that I wish her head and neck projected a little higher out the top side of her shoulder. Some of that is just because she's getting used to being a show heifer out here in the ring. She's got a young man getting her showed here that I think is trying to do a little bit the same. And so as that pair gets more and more comfortable out here, she's going to be able to show herself off even better. But I like that heifer a great deal. The one in second, you know, if that one doesn't catch your eye as soon as she walks in the ring, then I can't help you. Her color pattern and her look and her presence, her femininity, there may not have been one that exudes more femininity and look and ladylikeness, if you will, than her all day. The way her head and neck project off the top of her shoulder, she comes back and still hits you with a you know, a bold rib design, dead level in her top line and out of her hips. She's just a really well-blending female. Now, is she the absolute stoutest one from her hock to the ground? Probably not. Is she the deepest flanked one we've seen today? No, but she's also got that wide underbelly, so that throws her off just a shade. But another heifer that when they're truly fit up and we can build those legs just a little more, I think to capitalize on her look and her presence would be a fun one to look at. The next one I think in the lineup is one of the boldest and widest and stoutest of the group. She's absolutely the biggest and deepest and roundest in her center rib, her forerib, and up through her heart. She's got plenty of dimension when you get right behind her. We're probably not getting her put together just quite as well as some from the profile, and because of that, sometimes she can get a little easier in her top line. She wants to rise in her tail head. She just maybe doesn't put herself together as well as some in the group. It's hard when you got one like the black and white one standing right in front of her to look like that, but I think there are a few things we could do to really help her get along just a nickel better from the side view. And then I think we've got the young man's heifer there that just a nice female. She's kind of middle of the road in a lot of ways, meaning she's got some depth, she's got some bone and foot, she's got some dimension. She too is one that maybe we don't always get the best read from the profile, but he's doing all he can kind of getting her showed out here and then getting her head up. She probably for her age and her size doesn't come to us quite as overwhelming from behind the cattle or bold or dimensional, but I think all in her own right, she's a very nice female. So in this particular grouping of 4 individual class winners, one I like a great deal would be the young man in the purple right there. He's going to be your breed champion. We're going to follow her up, or that heifer up, with our youngest heifer in the group. The one to my right is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner, Hank Hanza, with breed champion. And our reserve champion goes to Mr. Heston Hanza. Congratulations, Hanza family. Our Class 3 winner was Mackenzie Smith of Elgin FFA, and our Class 4 winner was Ari Edwards of Comanche County 4-H. Congratulations, kiddos.
We start off the commercial show with a really long fronted, extended female, a really long and a range of motion, a heifer that I think, just needs to keep coming and keep filling out. We maybe like to pick her up in her pin set just a shade, but young lady's done a nice job exhibiting a good heifer here to start us off in our commercial division. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner, Miss Cammie Tate of Comanche County 4-H. We want to give a big thank you to our photographers today with High Caliber Creative and Consulting. Thank you, Aaron and Sydney. We appreciate you. Courtesy of Comanche County Farm Bureau.
Well, out of this group of three, I think we've got two that obviously remind everyone of each other. At least hopefully they're a little more moderate, the black heifers, and then you've got one outlier. So it's a kind of a question of what to do with the young lady's heifer, the red and white one. I'm going to go ahead and choose to lead off with her in this particular class. And I wouldn't say she's perfect, but to me she has some pieces of quality and eye appeal and look that I find hard to get around in this group of three. She's no doubt the longest and cleanest up through her front end. She backs that up with a strong top line and a good set of feet and legs underneath her for the most part, a stout rear leg set. She's a female that I think from the profile just really silhouettes awfully nice. The further that you get in on her, you wish she was maybe just a little bolder and more dimensional there through her center rib. I'd probably like to refine her in that front teat just a bit. She's a bit concerning in the coarseness of that teat. I'd like to see a bit more refined, but at the end of the day, I think there's too much quality and eye appeal and balance to get around with her. Now, 2 and 3, I think, become a little close. I'm going to leave them the way they stand and use the young man there. No doubt, compared to the red and white one, that's a more moderate, bolder-bodied female that's just got a ton more rib and forerib and dimension back to her flank. A female that I think both standing and on the move is a little more jammed up compared to our class winner. She's not quite as extended up through her front end or out of her hip, but I do think she puts herself together, comparatively speaking, just a bit more proportionally than the heifer that we have in third. Young lady does a good job showing the heifer in third. She's strong-topped, fairly level out of her hip. She gets a bit awkward and uncoordinated off of her rear two in the way she sets them to the ground. Maybe just a notch more crest up there through her neck throws off her look just a shade. So you've got kind of all kinds in this particular class, but at the end of the day, 3 really high-quality individuals with 3 good young people on the halter. Congratulations and good luck on down the road.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner, Miss Casey Tate of Comanche County 4-H. Your second place winner is Grant Bain of Elgin 4-H, and your Class 3 winner is Skylar Wardo of Indiana FFA. Good job, kids.
Good class of two here in this particular lineup. Two good black females that I think just have a bright future ahead of them as cows, because they're both moderate, they're both bold ribbed, they're both deep-sided. I think they have a lot of good to them in that regard. I think one of them probably is just a little more elite in terms of her look and her eye appeal and her style. One right here to the back of the lineup with the white udder is gonna win this particular pair. A female that I think comparatively is a little stouter in terms of her foot and bone. A female that I think balances just a shade better in terms of how she puts herself and her head and neck up high and proud off the top of her shoulder. She's a moderate, dense, wide, stout female that still really blends together well from the profile. Taking nothing away from your heifer, young lady, you got a nice female and a lot of the same things we talked about. She's deep-sided. You've done a good job caring for her and getting her fleshy in terms of her look. I think a female that just on a comparative note, a little shorter up through her front end, not quite as extended or attractive, and maybe not quite as stout from her hock to the ground as the heifer that we lead off with. But just minor things. You did a good job getting her out here and presented. Congratulations to both these young ladies and a good job with their heifer.
Congratulations to our Class 3 winner, Abilene Sullivan of Sterling FFA. Second place goes to Skylar Wardo of Indiana FFA. Congratulations, ladies.
Well, and what is maybe the last class of the day or next to last here, I think we've got two really good representatives again, very similar to the last class and the dynamics of this particular pair, where I think both cattle are going to make good cows. I think they're both going to be the right size and have the right feet and legs set and the right body dimension to allow them to make practical cows. I think the difference is just one of them's just a little more elite in terms of their look and their presence from the profile. The young lady's white-faced heifer to my left is going to win this particular class just because of the look and the style and the balance she has up through her front 1/3 and how she kind of blends that into a little deeper and more uniform underline, particularly back to her rear rib and flank. She plants a more attractive hip and rear leg set. Young lady there's going to be in second. Again, another moderate, level-made, real practical type female. Maybe not quite the bells and whistles of that heifer in terms of her look or her presence up through her front end. Maybe just not quite as stout in her foot and feature, but you've done a good job presenting her out here and getting her showed. So hats off to these young people with their projects, and good luck to them as they move forward.
Congratulations to your first place, Henley Hassenbach, Elgin FFA, and second place goes to Sari Sabi Smith of Geronimo FFA. We'll now be showing for our breed champion commercial.
As we come to the end of our final breed of the day, it's been a great show, and I'm really looking forward to our overall grand drive here in just a second. But as we kind of work through this last division to get a champion in reserve, I think we're met with 4 really high-quality females. The first 2, I think, look a little greener, a little skinnier and more immature compared to the back 2, but ultimately I think they're both really neat-necked. I think they're long-sided. They've got some bone and feature to them, and I think they've got just a world of future. They're probably not in contention today just because they don't quite have enough to them all the way through. And then you step up to 3 and 4, our class winners here, and I think that's where the decision lies. They're a little different in their makeup. The Class 3 winner is a bit more moderate in terms of her her mature size, as I read them, I think a female that is unrivaled in this group in terms of the amount of boldness she has through her forerib down to her heart and back to her flank. She's just absolutely the highest volume female in the group, and she does so while still maintaining a conservative shoulder angle and a pretty neat look up to her front 1/3. Now, you get behind the cattle, especially compared to the one right behind her, and I think she's a little bolder and wider and truer and stouter in that regard. The difference is because with all that boldness and dimension, she maybe just, although her head and neck's really high off the top of her shoulder, she's a little thicker in that regard, maybe not quite as attractive as the one that stands right behind her when you get her right set up. The one right behind her, to me, is the looker of the group. It's her color pattern combined with her extra extension and cleanliness up through her front 1/3. She's got a good neck set on her. She's got just no chest floor, and then she's still really deep-sided from the profile. A female that I like, and just in terms of her top line and her hip and her rear leg set, but then also her underline balance as well. The challenge on her, I guess, is the more that you get in on her from a 3/4 view or right behind her, does she just have enough boldness? And I'm not talking about relative to the group or the industry. I'm really talking about the one right in front of her. That's the difference to me. That's the deciding factor. Is she bold enough right behind her shoulder? Does she come just as opened up or dimensional? We don't have to make them show steers out here. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's the difference between the pair is the one that's got the look and the style and the eye appeal. Is she good enough in terms of her muscle or her boldness, or is the one that has the boldness and the stoutness and the feature good enough in her look from the side, which would be the one in Class 3? So those are the things that go through my mind. I do think champion and reserve are certainly in this group, and I think they come from the backside of the lineup. The one I like the best here is out of Class 3, and we'll follow her up with the one out of Class 4. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our breed champion, Abilene Sullivan of Sterling FFA, and to our reserve champion, Ms. Henley Hassenbach of Elgin FFA. Congratulations to all our showmen. Can we please have all breed and reserve breed champions to the makeup area? All breed and reserve breed champions to the makeup area. Thank you. As a reminder, all grand and reserve grands and showmanships will receive their buckles at the luncheon on Friday. We hope to see you all there. While we're getting our heifers lined up, give us 2 minutes. Judge needs a quick break. And while we're waiting, I would like to say, we would all, as the board, like to say thank you to our sponsors, our Champion Heifer sponsors, Ag Defense Risk Management, All America Bank of Medicine Park, Ann's Country Kitchen, Barrington Angus, Brett and Whitney Bain, Brian and Bethany Edwards, Built Better Enterprises, Renshaw Farms, Sterling Ag Boosters, and Triple B Cattle. We greatly appreciate your support. We are ready for your breed champions to enter the ring. We would like to welcome back to the ring your Angus breed champion, Bo Buckwald, your Beefmaster breed champion, Lila Bilbin, your breed champion, Charlet, Addison Monroe, your breed champion, Percentage Charlet, Addison Monroe, your breed champion, Kiania, Zoe Cottrell, your breed champion, Gelby, Gentry Sullivan, breed champion, Hereford, Brooke Bain, breed champion, Limousine, Cash Umber, breed champion, Maine Anjou, Cooper Cottrell, and breed champion, Maintainer, Henley Hassenbach, breed champion, Red Angus, Miranda Parks, breed champion, Shorthorn, Abilene Sullivan, breed champion, Shorthorn Plus, Corbin Slaughter, breed champion, Simi, Huck Hansa, breed champion, Simmental influencer, Hank Hansa, and our commercial breed champion, Abilene Sullivan. Welcome to the ring.
Well, as we get to the conclusion of our heifer show, which is by far the largest show that we've had, I know we've got to do the sale order, and I know we've got showmanship, but I've thoroughly enjoyed my time, and I just want to compliment the young people first. I just want to say, like we did in our steer show earlier, that I recognize the hard work that you're putting forth. I love this activity, and I just feel blessed to have been able to grow up in this world because it's such a family activity, and it really is no better way that prepares you for the future of life than being in a show barn with mom and dad and all those that surround you and love you and know you. I hope that you relish that opportunity because before you know it, it's gone, and you're out in the real world, and all you're doing at that point is just exercising or utilizing all that you've learned during your show career. Not that there's not many great activities for these young people to be involved in, but I truly don't think that there's one that puts it all together from the family standpoint that develops, character traits like hard work, dedication, learning how to win, but learning how to lose. All those things are involved in showing livestock. There's something to be said for when a living, breathing thing kind of relies on you to give it food and to take care of it, and there's something special that develops, and especially here in the heifer ring, the bond that these young people have with their heifers, sometimes the ability to just walk away from the heifer and she never moves. That's the hard work that's been put into these things from a showmanship standpoint, and I just really commend you for taking the leap. There's many of things that you could be doing with your life right now, but you're involved in showing livestock. I want to give a shout out to those that have put this show together. That's what I do for a living. I manage the fairgrounds at the Tri-State Fair and Rodeo in Amarillo. So I understand, and our crew understands that, between the shavings, breaking classes, setting up panels, organizing awards, somebody had to do all that. So if you're an exhibitor or you're a family of an exhibitor, be sure you thank somebody that had something to do with this show before you leave here today, because I promise you, without folks that are willing, a lot of times on an unpaid basis, to get out here and give their time and their efforts, opportunities like this wouldn't be possible for our young people to compete in. So thank you, and I think before we go any further, we're going to give 2 rounds of applause. The first one's going to be to those that helped put this show on, and let's give them a big round of applause. Secondly, and I know that the cattle are getting tired, and we're going to try to keep this as organized as possible. I just want to say thank you again for the opportunity to give my opinion here today. The true stars of the show are always the young people when you come to a youth activity. Whether you are in the show ring right now, and that's a big deal to be in the show ring right now as a breed champion at this competitive county show, or you're back in the back and you're longing to be out here, you deserve to be commended. And so our final round of applause before we select our champion, reserve champion, and bronze overall, and then get to our sale order will be reserved for our young people. And if you could, put a big round of applause together for our young people, and we'll select a champion and reserve and 3rd overall.
Your 2026 Grand Champion heifer goes to Mr. Bo Buckwald of Chattanooga FFA. Congratulations. If we could have Avery Edwards into the ring, Avery Edwards with her Angus into the ring. And your 2026 Reserve Grand Champion heifer goes to Hank Hanza of Sterling FFA. If we could please have Heston Hanza. Thank you. '26 bronze heifer goes to Henley Hassenback of Elgin FFA. Congratulations. We now need Grace, Chris.
Grace. Okay. Now go slow. Nope, she's already out. She's already got her heifer.
We need Casey Tate to the ring. Casey Tate to the ring. See, Casey with your commercial.
That'll be number 5. It's out. Zoe Control, you need Jackson's key. You need Jackson.
Jackson Ainsworth, if you'll come in with your key. Jackson Ainsworth with your key. Caitlin Britton to the ring with your key. Miss Britton with your key.
Jackson.
Caitlin Britton to the ring. Caitlin Britton with your key. Caitlin Britton with your key. Caitlin Hergenrather with your red Angus. Is that what you said? Katie Hergenrather with your red Angus to the ring. One more time, can I get Katie Hergenrather with her red Angus? Katie? And one more time, Caitlin Britt with your key. Mackenzie Smith with your Simmental influence. Mackenzie Smith with your Simmental influence into the ring. Mackenzie Smith with your Simmental influence into the ring. Mackenzie Smith, I'm going to keep saying it. If you want to be in sale order and have a heifer, I suggest you get it ringside. Send word to your people. Please and thank you. I need Corbin's.
Oh, hold on.
Still need. I need Corbin Slaughter's Main and Jew to the ring. Corbin Slaughter's Main and Jew to the ring.
He's grabbing it.
Ari Edwards, Angus to the ring. Ari Edwards. Yep. Ashton Tate with your key. Ashton Tate with your key into the ring. Allie Runyon to the ring. Allie Runyon to the ring. Grant Bain, we need you to the ring with your Hereford. Grant Bain with your Hereford to the ring. Ari Edwards, Sim Influence. Ari Edwards, Sim Influence. Ari Edwards, Sim Influence to the ring, please. Blakely Allen with your maintainer. Blakely Allen with your maintainer. Blakely Allen with your maintainer, please, and thank you. On a roll off to the ring. On a roll off with your maintainer to the ring, please, and thank you. Caitlin Britton with your Angus. Caitlin Britton.
No, scratch it because she's already pulled.
Never mind, Caitlin, you are scratched. Asa Barrington with your Angus. Asa Barrington with your Angus. To the ring, please. Row with your Charlet. Yeah, you can switch. Oh, this one's you're going to pull out.
What?
Yeah. Okay, you're good, babe. Get an envelope from Mr. Sullivan. Thank you, guys. I'm sure Stacy already knows, but Patton Pierce. Thank you, Stacy. Collins Hale
With the Hereford.
with your Hereford. Collins Hale with your Hereford to the ring. Collins Hale with your Angus. Collins Hale with your Angus to the ring.
Natalie Hergenrother.
Natalie Hergenrother. Red Angus. Natalie Hergenrother. Red Angus.
It's already picked.
Cami Tate with your commercial. Cami Tate with your commercial to the ring, please. Ashton Tate to the ring with your key. Ashton Tate to the ring with your key. Sari Sabi Smith with your commercial. Sari Sabi Smith with your commercial. Zach Hergenruther with your Red Angus. Zach Hergenruther with your Red Angus to the ring, please, sir. Skylar Huardo with your commercial. Skylar Huardo with your commercial. We'll be starting our showmanship with our Pee Wee showman. That is going to be anyone that is not a bona fide 4-H member. Pee Wee is for anyone who is not a bona fide 4-H member. That means 7 and younger. As a reminder, all buckles will be passed out at the luncheon on Friday. For our beef showmanship, Pee Wee will be 8 years and younger if you are not bona fide. Juniors will be 3rd through 6th grade. Juniors will be 3rd through 6th grade. Intermediate is 7th through 9th grade. I repeat, intermediate is 7th through 9th grade. Your senior showman will be 10th through 12th grade. Judge is taking a moment to take some pictures, and he'll be back with us shortly.
Well, sometimes I noticed this earlier that this building can get a little quiet. And I think that can be a good thing whenever we're trying not to scare the heifers or the steers. But in this particular case, when we've got the future out here on the halter, I wonder if we could give these young people a big round of applause and tell them what a great job they've done. I think this is always the most difficult class of any class that a judge has to go throughout the day, no doubt, bar none. And so I don't think there's probably anybody that wants to trade places with me when you've got these 6 individuals out here that are just doing an outstanding job. We've got a couple tag team duos that young people are learning from, and they're just seem to be getting the right coaching and having the right experience out here in the ring. And honestly, there's not a right or a wrong way to do this, but there are a few, as you start looking out, and we've got to pick one. I think they're all winners, honestly. They're going to be the future of this show someday. They're probably going to be the future of this town and this county and this community here in what seems like a shorter time period than it should, because it's going to happen pretty quick. So I commend you young people out here. We do need to give away one belt buckle, and it's a really close decision in my mind. But we're going to give it to this young lady up here at the very front of the lineup with her miniature Hereford. And let's congratulate all of them with one big round of applause.
Congratulations, Piper Pierce. She'll be your champion Pee Wee showman. Congratulations to all of our Pee Wee showmen. Once they exit the ring, we are ready to roll in for the juniors.
All right, for the sake of time and efficiency, and also because I've seen most of these exhibitors multiple times throughout the day, I don't think that we're going to go through and ask a bunch of questions or a bunch of silly questions or do anything that's a little out of the normal. I just want to know which kids are the best showmen. And so, like I said, I've already seen these young people in the ring a couple times, and I'm taking that into consideration. I always got frustrated growing up whenever I felt like I got beat by someone who really turned it on during showmanship, but during the show they kind of did this or that, or kind of depended on how they did in the ring. But then during showmanship, they knew a buckle was on the line and they really turned it up. So I'm also trying to think through which exhibitors hit me the hardest when they came in the ring for their competition. The other thing is I'm trying to consider all views. So, as the judge, if I'm on this side or I'm on that side, or try to get a front view or get into a rear view, there's really no one particular view that can win you this showmanship contest, but there are a couple views where you could lose it, where you maybe weren't on point, or you just didn't quite have your stuff together when the judge walked by. Ultimately, every view in my mind is important, and those are things that I'm taking into consideration. In this particular age group, I also want to take into consideration just the smoothness and the accuracy and the efficiency. Does it look like you just have that look about you when you walk in the ring? I think there are varying degrees of experience, I'm guessing, between these 10 or 12, whatever we've got in the ring. And I think it shows at this level probably more than any other level as we move forward. You can just tell the young people that do just a little extra things, the loining, the head up, the body out, getting the tail down, just always kind of being on point. How smooth and how accurate you are when you do those things, I think, is kind of the separating factor to me. I've got an exhibitor in mind, but I want to give a couple what I'm going to call honorable mention shout-outs. So unfortunately, you won't get the buckle, but you will get called out on the microphone. I think these two young people right in front of me, the young man right here in the cowboy hat, is just doing all he can do with a heifer that's about 10 times as big as him, and I think you deserve to be shouted out on the mic because of the effort that you're putting forth, and you've got a bright future ahead of you. Same thing can be said for the young lady in the green right behind. I think you've always got an intense look about you, head's always forward, and you've got a big, stout, burly steer there that you can get shown off really, really well. And then I want to give a shout out to that young lady in the peach colored shirt right there with the white calf. I remember that calf in class, and I think you just do a good job of keeping his head up. And you may be outmatched a little bit in terms of experience. I'm just guessing compared to some in this particular age range, but I think you just do a fantastic job. And that's not to take away anything from any of these other exhibitors, because I think they just do a world of a good job too. Before we go ahead and congratulate our eventual winner in this division, how about we put our hands together and show our support for all of those taking the time to come out here and compete in this division. All right, that leaves one. And in my mind, this young person, I felt like, had those things that I talked about earlier. They just separated themselves in terms of their the little things, the efficiency, just always having their animal on point, whether it be back in the show or now here in showmanship. So if you could, help me congratulate this young lady in the green shirt right here with this heifer. She's going to be your champion junior showman.
And your intermediate showman goes to Miss Zoe Cottrell with Comanche County 4-H. Congratulations, young lady, and a wonderful good job to all of our exhibitors. Thank you for your time.
Call the intermediate.
We'll now move on to our next division, 7th through 9th grade. 7th through 9th grade. And just a quick reminder, everyone will receive their buckles at the luncheon on Friday.
I guess the boys in the intermediate division just couldn't stand the heat. We've got all ladies out here that are trying to compete for champion in this division, and they just do an outstanding job. I think this division's a little more challenging, honestly. I think not because the quality's not there. I just think the styles of these young ladies is a little different all the way down the lineup. I think some that are a nickel more aggressive, and we probably want to tone down just a little bit the activity with the show stick and the intensity, and then the exact opposite on maybe a few more where we just want to pick it up just a nickel and have that intensity, and that the feet and leg placement is certainly paramount in this particular lineup. And so finding one that does all of that and does it in a really smooth kind of package, I think while the pieces are there, and certainly all of them, finding one that in this particular lineup, it just makes a runaway clear winner when we're just selecting one is maybe a bit more difficult than I was hoping that it might be. With that being said, just want to commend these young ladies for getting out here and competing here later in the afternoon. Certainly, a lot of pressure to just get on home, but to stay here and compete here in showmanship, I think is certainly worthwhile activity, and certainly something that you can show yourself off with all the hard work that you've put in at the house. And so, as we get to selecting each or one of these young people, I think before we do, like we're going to do in every division, and we've got one more division left here, but let's put our hands together and congratulate these young ladies and show them our support, and then go out and select the champion.
Congratulations to our showman winner, Caitlin Britton with Sterling FFA or 4-H FFA. Congratulations, kiddo. Good job. We'll now bring in our senior showman.
As we come to the last time I grab the microphone today, I just want to say thank you again, first and foremost, before I forget, for the opportunity to grab the mic and give my opinion in what is just an outstanding county show. You guys ought to be very proud of where you come from and the quality of not only the cattle, but more importantly, the young people that you've turned out. And this senior class here of this particular showmanship show is certainly a testament of that. You can tell the demeanor of the young people. You can tell the hard work has been there and has been put in thus far. And, I just want to say hats off to you guys as seniors. I know you get pulled a lot of different ways. You're in high school and you've got sports and academics and all the other extracurriculars that you could ever dream of. And yet here you are putting in time and effort to make your show projects better. So my hat's off to you and for coming back here. And I just wish you the very best as you move on throughout your career there in school, and then as you pick kind of what your career path is, there's no doubt that you've got the future of this community right here in this ring. So with that being said, as you go through and you try to select one out of this particular group, I would say maybe the closest decision in my mind of any of the showmanships that we've had, especially between two young people, and we've only got one buckle to give, and so that's a shame in this case. I understand, and certainly at times there's about the right amount to give out. In this case, that feels underserving because there's two young people out here that I think just do a little bit a cut above the rest in my mind. And I'm not going to tell you which one those are, but it is a pair of young ladies that really rise to the top in my mind. I've been trying to figure out which one of them is going to make a mistake, and it doesn't seem like either one of them is willing to do so. So my hat's off to each of those two young ladies, but also commend the gentlemen in this particular division for their efforts as well. In this particular class of senior showmen, we're going to select this young lady right in front of me as our champion. Let's give her and all of them a big round of applause for a job well done.
Congratulations to your senior showman, Henley Hasenbach. That completes our beef show for the day. We will see you all back at 8 a.m. for swine.